Okay, we got some music going. Oh, we don't. We don't have music going. Music is going in the other place. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let's get the music going here. We don't need that one. We're going to do... Oh, hold on. We're gonna switch over and switch back. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Oh, blah. Hold on. Need to go to this one. All right, I'm gonna copy these two. Go back to this one. I'm not actually gonna take an extra 5 minutes here. And then in the preview, I'm gonna paste these in and hope that they go together, stay the same size, and all the rest of it. Okay. Bring them down here. Cool. All right. Now I'll just go ahead and make a couple of posts and we'll get things started. It's been a while. It seems like every time I stream, I forget how to stream because it's been a while. Question. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Okay, first I'm going to do what I came here to do, which is post what I'm streaming. That's what I came here to do. Okay, let's do that. Okay, AJ? Yeah. All right, let me get YouTube URL here. Copy link address. Okay. All right, I got that down. Go ahead and post it in the channel here. I'm going to post it in the Go channel too. Let's see. Live streams. Publish. From. Okay, and then. just not here yet, because I gotta finish up this TLS router, because that's something that we need for our service. So, and there's a problem with our current solution, so I gotta fix that. Let's see. Somebody asked me a question about AdGuard. Let's see. I don't know how deep it digs into kernel level networking, but I imagine it does some, which means that there's probably not a turnkey Linux container for it. It probably is Ubuntu is probably the best bet there. You could also use a tool to extract the tarball from a Docker container. Let's see. Containers are containers. So you could take the tarball of Docker. Let's see, it's all LXC under the hood. Whether Docker or macOS containerizer. Well, I guess I don't know about how their strategy is. So you take the tarball of a Docker image, you run that. But I imagine it would need special permissions that break. Okay, all right, so, hey everybody, welcome back, welcome me back, welcome AJ back. Hi AJ, welcome AJ. Yeah, there we go. Let me just give myself a medal here. There we go. For being back. It's just what I needed. Yeah. So, oops. So, I just was cleaning one of my aquariums and I got algae on my hands and they feel weird, so I'm going to put lotion on them so they'll feel weird plus lotion, because that's always. Anyway, so where we left things off, I don't quite remember, but I think that we got Acme working. I think that was configured and working before we dipped off last time. And so then that leaves us where we need to go next is to get some sort of API in place. So that's what we're going to work towards. Also, I want to point out the new music Bob thing. So you can see down here I've got VLC running, dropped in, actually twice, so that the bar matches the name of the song. Anyway, I've pretty much always decided that I have reached my limit. Music is too loud? Okay, thanks for letting me know. Let me turn that down. Let me know if that's good now. I probably don't have enough compression on it. Let me double check over here. Oh, let's see. No, that's not right. I might have oh, yes. Sorry. So I have two. Yeah, sorry about the music. What happened was I had two screen captures, and each of them has volume on it, and one of them in my little audio mixer window wasn't showing up because it was below the fold. So this one should be, let me know if that's right. I'm going to put it at negative 33-ish. Now the song's playing really low, so it can barely be heard. But yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for letting me know. And we'll go ahead and, yeah, new setup on the music. So little oopsie daisies. But yeah, let me know if it's right now. It should be right now. Yeah, I don't know how to disable the new way that the Mac OS capture works. I don't know how to say don't show this audio source. I'm going to click on a button here and see if I can get it to not show. So this one status is active, offset, tracks. Okay, boop, 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 boop. And then this one, boop, boop. Code screen. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so now the music is not... Okay. So music is on. Whatever sound the screen capture makes is on. Okay, but we've got a separate track for... Okay. So now that's disabled. Okay, now it won't accidentally get turned on again, I think. All right, cool. So, hey everybody, how's it going? I just got the music fixed. I had it at full gain on one of the inputs. Okay, so let me recap again. So last time we left off, I think I had the Acme stuff working. Now we need to implement an API to monitor some stats for this. So it's been, I don't know, 2-3 weeks. I don't remember where I'm at. I'm just gonna, I don't know, build the thing again. I basically, this is the last command that I ran, so I'll just run that command again. I think that we did have the Acme stuff working. All right, and this, okay. So started background certificate maintenance, yes. And then I have example.com. I probably should just make it local.example.com. We got local paperos.dev. So I think I just added some other stuff in here to test out. We should have local.bnna.net. Okay, I'll put a few more in there. And then what's the last command I ran here? I had these up for a couple of weeks, but not all of the windows were preserved. So I decided on a different config syntax. It's actually similar enough that I'm not going to change it right now. But basically what I decided to do was, it's kind of funny because I ended up back almost exactly where I started, one of those midwit curve things where I started out with this, and then I transformed it, did another take on it, didn't like it, but then from that take, took the things that I liked and transformed it again, and basically ended up with almost exactly this, except for a nesting layer for application, so that the applications the applications are grouped together. Things that go with the same application are grouped together because they're likely to have similar config. So there was that. So we should be able to have, let's see, local.bnna.net. That one actually won't work for this, or will it? I think I'm using the staging environment. This one, LPN. So there's something I was doing I think, oh, I put the Acme stuff in line. So we're saying this is the only domain that's going to be covered by Acme. Okay. That makes sense. All right. There's my duck DNS token for this. All right, cool. So now let's move right along to figure out where I was at. I think TLS router is where I'm going to want to start implementing the API. Whoops. Uh-oh. Apparently I installed a newer version of Go and I haven't run Go install binaries yet. Let me go ahead and run that. So we'll just let that run for a minute. And then I think I had another window open. Yeah, I've got this window open. Let's look at what my last commit message was. Go mod vendor, add proxy proto-deps. Okay, handle user signal. TLS termination works. Okay. So, yeah, I think that where we're at is letting the tools reinstall since I installed the new version of Go. And then it's probably not going to be a super entertaining stream as I get caught up on where I was for the next hour. Hey, John, what's up? Tell me what you're doing. Quite new to programming as a whole. This seems interesting. Yeah, so the basic of the idea of the project is, so there's web servers that we've had for a long time. Let's see, do I have issues? So I have like a big picture stuff. Here we go. Big picture stuff. I'll throw this over here. So web servers work at the level of HTTP, and IPv6 never took on. Those are two things to know as background. IPv6 is not going to take on. It does have advantages. It does have a use case, but you will, in our lifetimes, I don't think that you'll be able to rely on IPv6 as something that rock solid, reliable, works everywhere. I don't think that's going to happen in our lifetimes. And also, in digging into IPv6, it doesn't even solve the problems that we need solved, because the way that the address space works with IPv6, it ends up just giving ISPs, internet service providers, a bajillion customers, but it doesn't give the customers a bajillion networks. It gives them a bajillion devices, but in the modern age, you want to have network segmentation. You want your IoT to be separate from other stuff. Anyway, so that's the background, is that IPv6 failed, so we don't have enough IP addresses, and HTTP is a winner, so we need to be able to do stuff over HTTP, and TLS is the layer in between the two, and TLS has a server name indicator which allows you to do routing. So you don't need to get crazy with weird custom ports, and you don't need more IPv4 addresses. You can use a single IPv4 address and you can route based on TLS. And the thing that's different about this than doing virtual hosting with a web server, where you just use the name of the web server in the HTTP layer, is that this can do end-to-end encrypted routing. So it can route encrypted traffic. So what I'm working on is a router, an HTTP router, or load balancer, or reverse proxy, however you want to call it, but that does the routing based on the TLS, SNI, and ALPN. So ALPN is the application layer protocol. So that's what says that it's either HTTP or it's Postgres or it's Samba or whatever. So if you didn't know, Samba now supports this as well. So Samba now supports TLS, the latest version of Windows file sharing. that is. Alrighty, so this should have finished installing the Go packages. Yes, good. All right. Now, what we have is we're doing the Let's Encrypt. We're doing the TLS termination optionally because I'm going to need to deploy this in a scenario where we're currently using Caddy L4, which is an experimental Caddy module, and we're running up against the limits of that, and it's experimental, and I don't think it's going to be developed how we need it. So we're and it's not that hard to do this stuff. I mean, it's been really fun to get back into this lower level Go stuff and explore the fixes and the updates to the APIs and stuff. And I'm taking my time on it, but it's not. I don't think that this is rocket science. You definitely need to know HTTP, and you do need to know TCP in general. But it's there's probably more to it in the way you manage it than there is in the code of how you construct it. And I've written a TLS router. This is at least my third time writing a TLS router. I wrote one in Node, but that turned out to be Node just is not a good option for networking. It's the thing is duct taped together and it holds somehow at enterprise scale. But man, the networking in Node is not pretty. Anyway, so this represents a backend. Where are we accepting a listener? So here's our listener config. That's when we want to shut down. We're going to move that to listener maybe. Okay. All right. We've got the matchers. So the proxy is actually working right now, and the proxy protocol. So proxy protocol is when you're dealing with layers that are lower level than HTTP, where, for example, you're dealing with an encrypted connection. The proxy protocol is that you put between your own servers, you put a header before the binary packet that lets it know what to expect, so that when it reconstructs it, for example, as HTTP, it will be the thing that's handling the encryption will pass that information along so that it can be handled at the decrypted layer. So the server that's handling it doesn't decrypt it. So anyway, that's important to us, that we have end-to-end encryption, that the load balancer does not decrypt the packets, that we have that option. Anyway, yeah, I just don't remember where I was at all. I'm coming back to this after a few weeks. I've worked on some other projects since then. I'm going to be able to work on this for today, hopefully make some real progress in it, and then I have to go back to working on another project. So it would be nice if I could get this done today. I don't know if in 5 hours, if I will get it done enough, but we'll see. But first I just got to go through and I got to figure out where I was and what I'm doing, because I don't remember. Let's see, listen and proxy. So I think this is about where we were at, was listen and proxy. How's that music volume, by the way? It's sitting at -32 and it's peaking above -35, meaning the volume is being reduced by 32 dB, but it's peaking around 30 dB. So I'm going to guess that -30 dB. Anyway, there's a compressor on it, so it should sound a little bit better. All right. So here we are. So we accept a connection, and if the error that we get is not that the connection closed, that would be interesting. I mean, that happens, right? Somebody opens the connection and the first packet they send is disconnect, end of file. All right, Eric's. There's nothing we can do about this error. There's nothing that we can do. It's most likely it's just the client did something weird. All right, so then we take that connection and it goes into this channel. What is that channel defined as? That channel is defined as net.con. What is this netln.accept. My guess is that this is not handling net.con. Where did netln come from? Netln, netconf. Okay, netconf. Where did that come from? Net.listenconfig. Okay, so this one is a net.con. That one is just raw net.con. We could figure out whether that's IPv4 or IPv6, but it's a TCP connection. Okay. Okay, so that's what this one is. So we are accepting our network connection and we are putting it through a channel. And then my guess is, yeah, so right here we're handling that channel. And we are calling proxy connection on everything unless we're closing the server. Okay, got it. All right, so then here's the proxy. And this is where it starts to get interesting. This is where we're going to match it up against our config. And then we're going to determine what to do with it. And this is where we need to have some sort of mechanism to... We're gonna need to track these connections as we wrap them. So somewhere in here, we're wrapping this connection. Could not connect to backend. Okay, if not, terminate TLS. We also need to be able to handle the internal admin thing. That's really what we need to do next, is we need to figure out how to handle admin connections from, well, we'll start out by just allowing them from anywhere. Okay. So we proxy the connection, and then we actually have a special error that's not really an error, but we're returning it as an error to just break out. But the error is that we're not going to terminate it. So that's where we wrap it up. If there's the proxy protocol, we wrap it up with the proxy protocol. And then we write to the connection. We tested all this, and that's all working. All right, and then there's an error no config. Got it. So we return there. So, and then if there's an error, do we do anything with that error? Well, we return what? Oh, we return from the connection. So that just closes it. So we return from proxy. If anybody has some suggestions on how to clean this up, I would be open to it. I think that this is just long and complicated. I think that's just the nature of the beast here. I don't think that all of this logic is related. It's all about figuring out what we're doing. Okay, so unknown TLS handshake failure. Okay. All right, so then there's plain connection. So yeah, basically this whole thing is everything it needs to be, except that we need to be able to get some information about these connections and hang on to it so that we know how many connections we have. So I think I'm going to create a sync map So let's see. In our... Some of this should go in another file, but right now I just have it all together. Should it be a connection map? Or should it just be a slice? I think it actually should be a slice. So we're going to have connections, and we're going to have a special type for this. And this is going to be Archon, or maybe Pecan? Pecan! And this is going to have net.con as one of the things. And then it's going to have TLS.con as another one of the things. So net, TLS. And it's possible that these could be nil. So wait, is that an interface or a pointer to an interface? Let's see. Oh no, what is it doing? TLS router Unix. I don't know why it did that. Oh no. Cons is unused. That's okay. Here, let's just make it public for a second so it stops freaking out about not being used. Okay, where did this take me? I am not sure what file I'm in, and I actually don't know how to tell. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so it wants to take me into blah. But I really don't want it to go into blah. I just kind of wanted to ignore blah. I was just using blah to test something out. I don't think I'm actually using blah anywhere. Let's see, are we using the blah package? No, we're not. So let me just do this. I'm going to keep those around as examples, but because apparently it's linting over there and I don't want it to, and I actually don't know how to turn that option off so it doesn't go to other files. Every linter is a little bit different. So I'm just going to call that dot back. That way it's not going to try to load it. Okay, there we go. Now it's all right, unused field. So I'm going to call this like this. What I want to know, no! What is it doing now? Why? Okay. PKG TLS router. Whoops. I'm doing some stuff that most people don't do. So you feel free to ask questions, but know that I'm doing the weird stuff. Okay. I don't want this main file to be there. I don't know how it got there, but we're going to get rid of it. All right. Now we're getting into linter errors. Don't end this with punctuation or new lines. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's right. It should not end with punctuation or new lines. Okay, I agree. Net ln dot what? Except, okay. It's complaining because I didn't close that. Yeah, so I think I got a tooling update when I updated Go and then updated this, and now it's complaining about different errors than it was before. Yeah, so there is a fair amount of osmosis when you're new. Just hearing words is helpful. I don't know if you've ever learned another language. Most people, I think, in the United States haven't. But, you know, if you get immersed in something, you just hear a lot of sounds. And they're just sounds, and they don't make any sense. But, you know, you listen to them for several weeks, and then the sounds start to... You start to be able to distinguish the words from the sounds. And then... you know, you learn what the words are, and then you start to be able to speak. So, yeah, I'm going to be talking. This is not. Well, this is episode 7, and it's not exactly how to write your TLS router is nobody's first project. It's got a lot of stuff that needs to be known. Okay, so all right, this is what I need to go look this up real quick because I don't remember if net.con is I think net.con is an interface. I think TLS.con is an implementation. So we're going to look at go net. Oh. Really? Huh. All right, Grok. GoDoc is down. Give me the definition for net.con and TLS.com. Okay, yeah, it's an interface. That's what I thought. TLS.con is also an interface. Okay. How can I check if net.con is nil? Is this one of the ones where... I'm trying to remember if this is one of the ones where we can... Okay. Remind me, what's the gotcha where a nil check will fail? I just looked this up recently because I was... Interface is non-nil. Oh, okay, right. So where this is a problem is if TCP con is nil and we assign a nil TCP con to a net connection, this is it. Okay, got it. That's the one we got to watch out for. Where? Yeah, okay. All right, so these are interfaces. I need to be able to know whether or not they're nil. And we're going to take our slide. Why is this doing this to me? Why is it creating this file? Main.go. Oh, thanks. What's up? Abhishek? Why is it doing this to me? So vimgo, maybe I just need to update vimgo. Let me do that. I'm going to update vimgo. I'm going to update vimale. Okay, now let's see if we still have this problem. It's still doing this. Why? This is new. It was not doing this last time. So something about the setup has changed and it's causing it to create a main.go, but it's not clear as to why. Okay, I'm going to just try something real quick. Let's try this file and see if it gripes. Okay, it's griping about this file. I'm just going to fix linter errors for a minute because I don't like dealing with the bad parts of my editing setup. And I especially don't want to deal with it right now. So I think that it's trying to access main.go because it finds an actual problem on one of the main.go's. That looks like that was it. So it looks like the linter is going haywire. It's checking files that I'm not in for some reason. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, confirmed. So it's trying to check the whole project rather than just the file that I'm in, and for whatever reason, it was having a hang up. So now it's just complaining these aren't used. That's what I expect, because I haven't been using them yet. So I want to go into proxy, and essentially once we determine that we are going to do something with this, oh, and I need more than a slice, because I need, let's see, can we do an append? Let's see. Brr, 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 brr. What are my options for, do we have a sync slice? I think we have a sync slice, but I don't like losing types. So I think I'd rather use a mutex to get started. And then if I don't want to use a mutex in the end, I would switch it over to a sync type once I've written the program, because I hate losing type safety. Let's see. Concurrent writing to slices and go. Blah, blah, blah. Append. Yes, race condition. Lock it with a mutex. Yep. Oh, okay, right. Oh, okay, that's a good solution. Let me think about this. So we could just pre-allocate the maximum number of connections. That sounds kind of dangerous. So basically we could pre-allocate a megabyte. And just not have to deal with the concurrency problems. So if it's okay to waste a megabyte, that's okay, that's one approach. And I think that, yeah, because I don't want to deal with locks if I don't have to. Yeah, man, got you. I've subbed, so any future projects you'll do, I'll be here. Shouldn't say I'm new, but I'm weak. I'm already in college. I know some languages, just trying to improve from whatever I get. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to deal with mutexes. Let me look for go sync. I just want to see. Okay, now it's loading. So if we go back here and I hit refresh again, now it's back up. Okay, so that's what I wanted. We've got map. Yeah, I think that the simple solution for slice is you just pre-allocate it. So let's say that the maximum number of connections that we're going to handle at one time is going to be 100,000 connections. And let me think about this. Slice is a pointer. Can we use, let's see. Can we use atomics to swap a slice reference? Okay, you've got out of date information, my friend. Let's go to atomic. Value. Is it not value? Hold on. We got all the ints. We got all the uints. Doot doot. I thought that we had something that was more generic. Bool, compare and swap, pointer. Value. There we go. Value. Okay. I'm going to feed it in this information. Okay, I'm just going to copy this in to Grok for context. Oh no! Because this window is scrollable, I can't copy it? That makes me sad. Okay, no, we can copy it. Okay, so think again, considering the latest documentation. Okay. Slice val, store. Now the problem that we have with this is that so we'd have to how could we clone it? Huh. Hey, what's up, Wucha? Hey, I'm really enjoying your plugin, man. Thank you. It's really been awesome. I'm glad that I finally updated to it. Okay, so let's think about this. The problem that we have is that there's a brief space and time when if we needed to expand the array, we'd need to write, if we wrote to both briefly, I think that would work. We could have an atomic counter. Do we have atomic add? So we have compare and swap, which we could use to add one and then swap it and then see if the result is correct. And then while we can't swap it, we would just take the new value. I don't know, that seems like that might be more annoying than just using a mutex. I'm trying to program using atomics rather than mutexes because I want to, in part because I want to learn about it. But I want to avoid mutexes where I can. Think of strategies that don't require mutexing. But this one, you know, I think I should probably start out with a mutex just to get the ball rolling and then worry about it later. So first we have to determine how we're going to get a truly unique ID for each connection. So let's go look at the documentation for net.con again. I want to keep information about a connection around longer than the connection exists. So what I might do is just add new connections. I might add new connections and track the state of whether or not they're active, whether or not they've been closed. Yeah. I think I'm going to use a Unix nano timestamp. Okay, let's go look at this. So what we have from a connection is we have, oh, it doesn't give us dial, and I mean, it gives us dial. No, that's type is what, there we go. So we can read, we can write local adder, remote adder. Set deadline, set read deadline. Okay, remote adder is going to be string of the address. So I think that this should be unique. If we look at these two values, they should be unique. Okay. I'm working on premium, so I'll send you a lifetime license. Wow. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. Seems like you switched from ChatGPT to Grok. An acquaintance of mine told me to switch too, since he did, and says Grok is much better. Grok is much better. Every time, because, you know, they all go down sometimes. Every time Grok goes down and I go back to GPT, I just have facepalm moments. You know, Grok, and I'm sure at some point ChatGPT will leapfrog and become better again. But I haven't seen it, and I just thought that was kind of confusing. But I mean, before I was using Grok, I was using Quinn, but Grok is faster than Quinn and is more accurate now. I mean, but if I have to use something local, I'd be using Quinn. So OpenAI, despite topping the benchmarks, they have not topped my experience in a while. Of course, I always root for the underdog, but yeah. Oh. Let's see here. I need to open up something, check on something real quick. Actually, I probably just leave this open. I need to go look at my cameras. There, let's open up. Okay, I see it there. It's on the porch. I got a package that I need to go grab in some amount of time. Okay. So let's go back to that. There we are. Yeah, I'm just going to use, I want to use both network and address, because with HTTP 3 on the horizon, I'm going to have to figure that out. And I will be using probably TCP connections on the reverse proxy side, but then UDP connections on the internet side. Because I don't think that you'd get any of the advantages of UDP in a controlled network environment for HTTP. So I don't see that changing for a while. I think the load balancers is where that's going to be. So, okay, so we're going to have, to keep things simple, I mean, so a connection could come in from the same, can a connection come in from the same socket? Hmm. I think maybe we really do need just to use a random identifier. Or see, how will we do this? Well, I just need to pick something and move forward because it doesn't matter if I pick the perfect solution. I'm not even going to come up with a scenario where I need to worry about the perfect solution. That's really for my own internal benefit at the moment. So let's just pick a solution and go with it. I think I'm just going to use sync map, and we're not going to worry about duplicate IDs quite yet. Or we are. We are going to worry about duplicate. I don't know what we're going to do, okay? I don't know. We're going to have a sync map. Load or store range. Yeah, I really don't like losing my type safety. I don't like it. But it's okay, we're gonna do it. There are type safe maps in Go. And this is okay because we know what we're gonna use. Okay, so we're just gonna use a sync map, and we need that to be, so cons is actually going to be not pcon, it's going to be sync.map. And so when we create a listen config, we're going to always have that as a pointer, right? So new listen config, yes. And so here, when we set it up, we're going to set it up with cons is going to be sync.map. I think that's all that we need. And then when we get a new connection, so wait, we're calling it cons, right? Is that what we call it? Cons? Yeah, cons. All right. So then when we get a new connection, which is when we're going to proxy, so we decide to proxy, here we go. I want to store it in the map at some point, probably once we've made a connection. So get config for client. Okay, it's going to be after this point. Either here proxy header, right, to bcon. Okay, maybe I just need whatever it is that I'm using for this thing. No, that's a BE is backend connection. Okay. So where is it that I'm actually wrapping it? Because that's probably the type of connector that I should use. Where is it that I'm doing bytes right? Okay. Where's HC? What is HC from? Server. Hello client. Okay. New hello com. All right, so we've got our TLS hello con, and it's got our connection in here. So maybe what we need to do is have hc.con. We can instead do hc netcon. Okay. And then we don't really need that pecan thing. Oh, wait. Oopsie daisies. Hold on. Is this going to be a pain in my butt? So it's only getting the underlying netcon. That's not what I want. Okay, I'm going to back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay. Oops. The reason that I'm passing in con first is so that it is a netcon. So, whoops. So I'm embedding so that it is a netcon. Okay. So, but this is cool because I actually am interested in seeing the difference between encrypted traffic versus unencrypted traffic and that kind of thing. But I don't think we're going to need this pecan. I think we just need the netcon. And then we need to take the listener. Let's see, this whole thing is listen for config. And we just need some sort of, I guess, random, like a bit of random. So with sync map, key any, yeah, okay, bool any, all right. I wonder how that works with a string, if it's comparing the string or if it's just comparing the pointer. Because I should be able to pass in a string and get back the same, yeah, pass in a string, get back the same value. Okay. All right, so, what am I doing here? We got our connection. I'm kind of getting back up to speed on where I was. We're going to have our cons map. And when we know that we're going to keep the connection, when we decide to proxy it, so that's when lc.cons.store, I want to do, we're going to have adder is going to be thump.sprintf, and we're going to do %s, whoops, %s, and then I don't know, maybe a time component or something. Because we're not going to get multiple. I think, yeah, if we just take like a millisecond component or something here, then that will be fine. So let's say that we had, so we had now is time dot now, and then we could do there's our listener. So we need to go to our proxy connection here. Okay. So as soon as we decide to do something with it, this is when we'll store it. So at this point, we've decided we're going to use it. So we'll go ahead and use hc.address.string, and hc.address, or was it adder? Might have been adder. Or was it a function or a field? No, this is, hold on. Adder is a function. And then that function, whoops. Okay, listener has an adder, but we're, hold on. Let's go back to connection. Okay, TCP con, TCP adder. All right, TCP con has local adder. There we go. That's what I wanted. Remote adder. Okay, remote adder dot network. And let's see. IP port. TCP or UDP. And then, hey, Kylus, I will explain momentarily. Let me finish out my thought here. I did see your message pop up. And then what are we going to use? Now.milliseconds? Milliseconds. Okay. But not for a time.time. Okay, Unix milli. That's what I needed. Okay, and then we're going to do a lc.cons.store adder. I'm really not going to have the advantage of a map if I do it this way. I don't know what else to do. Is there something that I can know about the connection? Let's just leave it. I don't know what to do right now, so I'm just gonna do what I'm doing and go forward. And then I will answer that question. I still need to finish out my thought here. So HC, that's what we need to do. Okay, so I'm working on a TLS router. So like a reverse proxy or a load balancer, but that operates at the layer of the TLS. So instead of using host name, using the TLS, the HTTP host name, using TLS server name and TLS application layer protocol. So that's the basic idea. And I need this for a project that I'm working on where I was using Caddy with an experimental module, first party, but experimental layer called layer 4. But it ended up being very complex to manage and I need something that's much simpler to manage. Like with the API, it was just too complex to start with. So I need something simpler that's grouped around, that's less generic, that's more purpose-built. And I need something that is stable, and that experimental module, although it is proxied the connections just fine, it does not work with it. It doesn't seem to be stable with the API. That's where my main gripe is that I've had problems with it with the API. So, all right, TLS Con, this is looking good. What was I doing there? So I stored it. So great. Now I just want a way to get information about it, because we're going to keep this connection the whole time, right? We put it in pass-through mode, and then all right, new TLS con. Let's see, new TLS con. So wait, where did our TLS con come from? Is that has our HC underneath, right? So we took our HC and we made our TLS con, which means that we can now, well, we don't know whether or not we're going to use it. So do not terminate TLS, which I think is actually the normal, versus no TLS config. Okay. So if the error is not do not terminate, then I'm actually just going to say, yeah, we're going to take this and we're going to have our TLS con and new hello, and this should be all caps TLS con. Been doing JavaScript yesterday, so I got JavaScript brain rot. I know some basic stuffs. All right. Do you know stuff about reverse proxies and whatnot, or are you saying that you only know basic stuff, you don't know about reverse proxies? All right, so I got that. Slow match. All right, because we got a fast match and a slow match. It's probably not real. Okay, CopyCon is just I really should call that something different, because what I mean is it's a bidirectional copy. It's creating a pipe, but pipe is already used for something else. So it's doing IO copy, but it's doing anyway. All right, so here in the proxy, wait, Grok, did you lie to me? Did I misinterpret? Let's scroll back here. TLS con is a struct interface. Okay, no, it told me the right thing. I just was looking over it, and then I made a poor thought. Okay. Yes. So this is an actual connection type which conforms to net.con, but is not the same. Protocol layers, TCP, didn't get what you're doing here, and I'm interested. Can you explain in a beginner level what you're doing? I don't know what is a beginner level for what I'm doing because I'm not doing a beginner level thing. But web browser, you type in the address, you hit enter, it creates a TCP or UDP connection, depending on whether it's HTTP 2 or below or HTTP 3 or above, to a server. Then it has information about the connection for the TLS. So SSL being the old terminology, TLS being the new protocol. So nobody uses SSL anymore except for maybe on some old enterprise IoT devices that are still out in the field. It's TLS. Oh, this is a new and interesting one. Hold on, I'm going to screenshot this one. That's what I've been doing with the songs I noticed that I really like, is screenshotting them. So save them for later. Anyway, so when it goes to make that connection, typically in the old school internet, the one that's based on dial-up and plentiful IPv4 addresses, and no need for encryption, it would, in the old school days, there would be no encryption, and it would just read the host name header from the HTTP. With TLS, and SSL didn't have this. I think this was only introduced in TLS. I don't think SSL never had this. It's not compatible with SSL. So TLS has server name indicator, and server name indicator is basically the same function as the host name for HTTP, but it also has ALPN, which is the application layer protocol, which would be something like HTTP or H2 or H3 or Postgres or SMB or a myriad of other protocols that support proper TLS. So with that information, if you want an end-to-end encrypted connection, you can proxy the encrypted connection onto the particular host based on the server name and the protocol. So if I know the server name is example.com and the protocol is Postgres, and I have the information about which device behind the load balancer or reverse proxy is which node, which instance is the Postgres instance, then I can say, oh, well, it matches Postgres, it matches the name, I got that in my lookup table, I'll go to this thing. And that's what my config file basically is. So if we look at my config file here, so that's what this is. It's saying, okay, these domains, if it matches one of these domains and one of these ALPNs, then it should go to one of these backends. So that's what I'm doing. Is I'm creating a TLS router that may or may not terminate. By the way, for anybody who didn't hear me talk about it earlier, different topic, sorry, but I'm just really excited about having this down here. That little bar showing the last few songs that have played and the song that's currently playing. It's just VLC, it's still OC Remix, but now I'm not playing OC Remix off of YouTube. I'm playing OC Remix locally because now I have a tool that can categorize the songs and build a playlist based on the category. And this playlist will not loop. You will not hear the same, you might hear the same OST, but not the same remix of it. This playlist is 1 day and 21 hours long and 51 minutes and 51 seconds. So this playlist is nailed. I'm just so excited to be able to play all of it. And that project, I am going to continue to work on that. I actually want to get it into the App Store. But right now it's just using VLC, but I actually want a purpose-built player for OC Remix, which seems weird and is weird, but it's okay. Okay, so this is a TLS HelloCon. This has the TLS underneath of it. All right, so we've done that now. So let me go find TLS con. Whoops. Where was I attaching that? There it is, right there. Okay, so here we are. So I'm actually going to attach the TLS connection even if we end up not using it. And I want to... wrap this as well. Let me think about that. I mean, the net is good enough. But I'd like to be able to see not just net bytes, but also TLS bytes. Anyway, did I explain the networking bit at a level that you can understand? So the beginner is just like, it's tough for me to say. We'd have to have an in-person communication for me to be able to really gauge, like, okay, what do you mean? Because yeah, it's just I don't know how to gauge that. But yeah, the connection has information about where it wants to connect to, and I'm creating something that handles that before decrypting. And it needs to handle it for multiple customers, and the customers need to feel safe and secure that they are choosing whether or not they want the traffic decrypted by the load balancer. Because when you have an IP address, then the encrypted traffic comes in, but there's not enough IP addresses to go around, and that problem is not going to be solved by IPv6 because it hasn't been solved by IPv6. And IPv6 has lots of good qualities, and I would recommend it for certain use cases, but the internet is not one of them, unless it's internet over something that you control both ends of, where you are selecting the ISP and you are selecting the client and the server, and you can ensure that it will actually work properly. Because the problem of, oh, well, people just aren't configuring IPv6 correctly, it's kind of a moot point because, well, people aren't configuring IPv4 correctly, but it still works. There's a fundamental problem, and that IPv4 is simple enough that even people that don't know what they're doing are able to use it just fine. And the IPv6 just isn't going to get there. There's too much networking equipment that is not built in a way that just works. So it's just not going to happen. Not in our lifetimes, I don't believe. Now, the virtues of whether or not it's good or not is different from whether or not people can understand it easily and use it easily. But anyway, okay, so I got down here. I got this new TLS con, which is now creating another connection. Okay, and then this, what am I doing? The CCon? CCon. Okay, so we're going to offer this connection to a proxy. And I would actually like to be able to update which backend it's connected to as well. So that's some information that I want to be able to put on this thing as a TLS con. And then this, the other one here is doing the backend connection. So wait, don't we have, so here, what are we doing? Write to, and if we have an error, BECon. So we're writing the header, and then we're going on. You're considering a new project and considering Go as the web server. Is it easy to pick up? Yes. Go is by far the easiest programming language. By far. Because the authors are very, very measured in what they add. So it's very, very good if you work with Grok. In particular, Grok seems to be the best as far as the AI go. Although as a new developer, I would maybe suggest not using AI so that you can get the muscle memory down. There's some happy medium there because it is a tool to be used to search, but you don't want to be just being copy pasta. I guess this, if you're going to copy from the AI, copy in small enough chunks that you can type them out by hand, right? Anyway, but Go has more boilerplate, for sure. There's more lines of code, but it is easier to read, it is easier to debug, it is easier to learn, and especially for web server. I've got a, let's see if, I don't think I have this one public right now, but I've got a template that I've been working on with a buddy for a web server project. If you join the Discord and message me about it, then I will share it with you. So there's the Discord link. But yes, there is, I would recommend not using any frameworks. Stick with the standard library. There's only one thing that you need that you won't find in the standard library, and I will just paste that to you right now in just a second here. Let me go to projects. Okay, this one here, and I'm going to go into, this is just one file so far. I'm just going to give you, no, there's two files to it, isn't there? Or was it? Oh, okay. So I'll give you this one. I'm just going to throw this up on a gist. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Right? Okay. I guess I should have just chosen to make that public. Whatever. I'll go ahead and whatever. I'll give you the link here. All right, so here's the link. Bada bing, bada boom. And then the other thing that you'll need. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but basically this is just basic setup of a web server with print out the version and print out a hello world. And it has a JSON error and it passes some context from one place to another. So there's an example of requiring auth, what that would look like. So this is all standard library, no framework, and it's just a bare bones hello world. I was going to get it a little bit further because I want to actually bring that out into a template. And then the other thing, apparently my phone, I've upgraded to the new iOS and it is disheartening. It is very disheartening. I know a lot of the YouTubers are trying to be positive about it and say, oh, I'm so excited for where this is going. They got rid of a bunch of stuff that's really useful. Like there's no longer a pinned group chats place in the chat. Everything is much larger, but it's not larger. It's larger because you can't see anything because the whole glass UI, it's really bad. I know that they say that it's a public beta, but it's not a beta. It's a proof of concept. I don't believe that what they showed in the keynotes, I don't think that was actually, I don't think that very much of it at all was actually stuff running on the device. It's slow, it's buggy, the colors change wonkadoo. It's like playing Breath of the Wild on the Nintendo Switch 1. I mean, okay, that Breath of the Wild was actually pretty good, but you know, like the dynamic resolution scaling and all that, like just where things just suddenly shift for no reason and it just kind of like messes with your eyes. That's the kind of thing I was talking about. Anyway, I'm gonna go bring this over here, and then I'm gonna give you the only thing that isn't included in the standard library that you're gonna need. Okay, let's see here. Where did that go? All right, here it is. This one small teeny tiny package is basically the only thing that you need. So this is a middleware chain. And I will just go ahead and make this public. This right here. Boom. I'll paste that in the Discord too. But this right here, all this does is create a slice of functions. So let's see, I have to get it to fit on one page, I have to go down just to there. It's almost on one page. But it just creates a list of functions that run in succession to create middleware. Okay, that music seems a little bit louder than what I was anticipating. All right, I'm going to skip that one. That was a little too chaotic. Yeah. So the usage of this, let me actually show you the usage of this. We're gonna break here for a second. Let's see. And this is, where did it go? Did I put it in the command? I might have for right now. Okay, I'm going to show you how this is used. And maybe I'll just copy and paste this over too. Yeah, I think I'm going to copy over my start server function for this project. Okay, I'm going to copy over my start server function to show a usage of this. All right, main.go. Here we are. Okay, so I updated that. And this is how you use the middleware. So you create standard library HTTP mux. I created a server, blah, blah, blah. Mux, just handling without the middleware, just some public routes that need to be handled. And then boom, this is it right here. So I have a function called log panics, which I should probably include because that's another thing that you would need no matter what you do. And there's a lot of middleware people are designing now that work that follow this interface, because this is kind of using the standard library is the goal in Go. Sometimes it's not possible, but it's the goal. Anyway, so you would need this panic handler that basically just, if something goes wrong in your request, you don't want your server to fail. You want to be able to log the error. So that's what this, I have a little internal error function that just wraps it in JSON and then sends it back and log depending on what type of error it is. If it's when it's an internal error, it just sends a simple message. Yeah, because everything that panics is an internal error. So it just sends a 502 to the client, but then it logs it and sends off the message about the internal error. Anyway, so this is what it looks like. So we create a new middleware that log panics is the only thing it's given, and then it's also given require employee. So if you took that example that I just showed you before that had the example of how to use context to pass authentication around, it's the same thing. And then with all of these, we call m.handle. So we create a new middleware that has these as the base. Then we create m.handle. And then once it's handled these two, then it will handle whatever this is. And then we have an admin interface that doesn't just require any employee, it's also going to have to be an employee that has sudo or permissions. And so then we create a new middleware that's the admin middleware, and then we say admin middleware, handle this, handle that. And so these things can be assumed to be able to use a sudoer, whatever attaches to the context there, and that's attached to the context by this function. And maybe I could include that function just for completeness. I think I will do that too. And this one also does graceful shutdowns and some other stuff. That's actually going to bring it over into this project. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, I'll throw this in there just just to show as well. But I do want to create a template out of this at some point. SQL C. SQL C. Every time in the face, SQL C is the best thing since sliced bread. So you write raw SQL, but it's type safe because SQL C actually puts it through the Postgres engine and produces the correct types with the PG module or PG package for Go. And so, and there's some, I'll show an example of that real quick too, because there is some nuance, or maybe not even nuance as much as it's just you do things a little bit differently. So I'm going to show you an example of, let's see. I'm going to show you one that looks a little bit weird. But this is not weird when you're using SQL C. It's normal. Okay. So, that's a good one. I need I want an insert. All right, here we go. I'm going to show you these two things. I'm going to add this to here. So I'm going to add SQL C.SQL. All right. And I'm adding it to that same gist. Maybe I should have added the other one here as well. All right, so let me explain this. So in SQL C, you end up being able to use coalesce a lot. You don't have to, but if you want a dynamic query, meaning a query where you may provide a value, then you're going to use coalesce. So this update query, if I give nil as the label, if I give null as the label, it's not going to update the label. So it's going to coalesce what I give it. If it's null, it's going to take the label itself instead. So basically, it's saying only update this if the value I provide to update is not null. Now, if you actually need to be able to set values to null, if that's not just a not been set, but you explicitly want to set things to null, this pattern won't work for that because you would have to have a query that can set things to null. But the name of this query is job patch. The name of this query is job list. So job patch will update any of these fields, and this generates type safe Go. So the way that I use this would be job patch. Well, it'd actually be, it's like db.jobpatch, and then I pass in job patch params, and then anything that is in arg is nullable, and all of these are nullable because this is meant to be a dynamic query. The only thing that's not nullable is the UUID. So other than that, all of this can be nullable. So whatever I provide will be updated. Whatever I don't provide, I leave nil, or the empty value will not be updated. And then similarly here, I have a dynamic query where it only queries on things that I provide. So if I provide the UUIDs, then it will query based on UUIDs. If I provide the project types, then it'll query based on project types. If I provide the project locations, it'll query based on project locations. So this case statement is not something you generally see, but in SQL C, it's pretty common if you want to have dynamic queries. Some people don't do dynamic queries at all. They just do set queries. I like to have dynamic queries because there's some instances where I would like to be able to just say, okay, I'm going to update one piece of this and I don't have to provide the whole object. I'm not sure if that's a mature decision. Maybe the more mature way to go about it is to say, okay, we're actually going to provide every field that's necessary and update all the fields. But I just like the idea of being able to do it this way, and maybe I'll change my mind in the future and say, you know what, this coalesce thing is stupid and this case thing is stupid. However, and then the other thing is any. You do equals any. So you don't do in, you do equals any. And the reason for that has to do with the way the query builder works on the, I think on the Postgres side. because it has to map to a Postgres type, not a stringified list. So there we go. Yeah, I would not recommend using an ORM because just in general, ORMs, to me, they don't make any sense because the promise is, let me tell you why I believe ORMs exist. ORMs exist because people who do open source need to feel validation in place of taking money. And because databases are a hot point of contention where some people are on the right team, Team Postgres, and other people are on stupid teams like Team MySQL or Team MS SQL. Well, sometimes you just have to use MS SQL. And then some people are on, well, there's reasons why you would use SQLite that are perfectly valid. I think SQLite and Postgres are the two most advanced open source databases out there. But the reality is for a project that you're using, you're not going to switch databases. And if you were to go to the lowest common denominator of database, then you're just not going to use the good features of any database. So if the idea is, well, I might switch databases, why would you switch databases? There'd have to be a reason, something about that database that's better. But if you use an ORM, then you're not getting any of the unique quality of the databases. You're just getting the lowest common denominator. So it is for people who are doing open source projects that have not figured out that they want to monetize them and want to get validation. And so they choose an ORM so that somebody can say, oh, well, I want to use your free tool with my favorite database. And they can say, great, it works with your favorite database. But if you were actually designing a product, you wouldn't do that. You would pick a database and you would just use that database, and that would be that. And if somebody's like, well, my favorite database is MS SQL, you would say, well, when you deploy this application, you deploy it with Postgres. And that would be the end of that conversation. And they would give you the $50,000 check for the year for your support and enterprise license, and they would run Postgres, despite the fact that MS SQL is their favorite. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna have to figure out that problem. I got a problem that's gonna need to be figured out here. Let's see. Let me check my error logs real quick. Nope, that one's nothing. Nope, that one's nothing. Nope. Okay, I'm not seeing any errors on this side. Nope. Nope. Okay, let me go check on this side. I just got a message about a production service that's not working as expected. Okay, I'm not seeing any errors in the error log. Okay. All right, I'll have to look at that later. All right, usually run SQLite. So easy since they're just files. Yeah. And the thing is, when you're using SQL C, a lot of your stuff is going to be common, but I'd recommend go with Postgres. Unless, like, it's fine to use SQLite. It's fine to use SQLite. There's nothing wrong with SQLite. SQLite is a good database. But if you want to be able to have a client-server relationship, well, I don't know. What is it? Terso? Are they the ones that are trying to fix that problem? They're reinventing SQLite? Is that what they are? Terso? Yeah, they're rewriting SQLite in Rust. So, and I think that they are making it possible to do client-server stuff on top of SQLite, to have some sort of layer. And there's other people that have done that. But I'd recommend Postgres. Postgres is really easy to install. In fact, if you go to webinstall.dev, here's a Postgres client. You can install that. Works on Windows and Linux. On Mac and Linux. Doesn't work on Windows. Is what I meant to say. Doesn't work on Windows. Works on Mac and Linux. And then if you want the server, there you go. Oh, wait. This one is Postgres alias. Sorry. This is the actual documentation page. So there's lots of documentation on here to help you get up and running really quickly. But basically, it's like 2-3 commands and you're done. And you've got your database up and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Also, through BNNA, we will be offering Postgres. That's one of the reasons that I am building this TLS router, is so that we can do TLS routing also to Postgres, which is new as of version 17 in Postgres. It now supports TLS directly. Yeah, I don't like to use Docker. I think it's way too much overhead. It's way too complicated. Uh, but again, I write in Go, right? So Go binaries are a container. That's it, right? If I write a Go binary, you know, I can build a Go binary for. So let's take that project, that example project that I had up, because I did this. This is one of the things I went through this with a friend, and I was showing him Go. Let me see if I can get back to this. All right. All right, so here's this project. This music's kind of weird. I'm going to skip this one. Go releaser. Here we go. Boom. So it is now building essentially 100 containerized versions of this application. By containerized, what I mean is it's self-contained. So with Go binaries, you don't need other libraries. Oh, bless me. You can take a Go binary and you can run it on Alpine, you can run it on Ubuntu, you can run it on Red Hat, you can run it on any of the Linuxes, any of them. There are very few things that rely on the kernel, the syscalls, where you would, you know, let's say you want to run it on a version of Ubuntu that's 10 years old and has got a kernel that's, you know, dozens, if not hundreds of versions behind. You can do that, no problem. So you can run Go on any architecture, on any CPU with any level of default CPU optimization, and it just goes. So it's going. So it builds for Windows, it builds for Mac. So when you use Go, I understand if you're using Python, if you depend on a specific version of Python, that is the use case that Docker was made for, right? That is the Docker use case, is having a specific version of Python or a specific version of Ruby that has a lot of C dependencies that are intensely dependent on a very specific operating system version. But for modern development, you just don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about that with Go, Rust, or Zig very much. So anyway, so that will finish compiling eventually. I think because I just installed the new version of Go last night. I think it was last night I installed a new version of Go. Whenever it was, it doesn't have all of the build stuff cached. So normally it's a lot faster than this. And of course, for a single binary, it's instantaneous almost. When you're doing cross-compiling to different operating systems, it has to compile a lot more. But anyway, so we'll let that finish. But that's Go Releaser is another one of the tools that you must have. And I can, let me share that. Let me go, I just had this Go Releaser template right here. Actually, I think this is the one that I was just showing, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to add this to that big thing. And then I'll respond to those other comments momentarily. And I got to get back to what I was actually doing here. Getting off track, but it's okay. It's a fun day for me. I've maxed out my hours for this first half of the month, and I am going to go on a little vacation at some point during the weekend. So let's see. So this was .go releaser.yaml. Okay, and then what we need is how do you run it? And you run it like this. And then once you... Okay, debug. release. And then you get your GitHub token to be able to release it. Wait, contents can't be empty. Oh. There we go. Boom. So there's that too. So I'm going to make a project that I'll release open source that's like a hello world that has all this stuff in it, based off of one of the projects that I'm actually working on. But yes, I love Go. I think Go is the greatest. I think that anybody should be, that you should have to justify the reason that you're not using Go for a project. And for a project that's like a desktop application, that's super easy. But for a server-side application, you really should have to justify why you aren't using Go, and it should be something more substantial than, well, I have to handle errors, you know? Because Go is a language that anybody can read and write, and it's easy to pick back up. Okay, so, yeah, Go's super easy to deploy. I just graduated from class 12. I don't know what that means. Though not wasting vacation by scrolling, was thinking about cybersecurity, learned some basic networking. Now I'm learning Linux and Bash scripts. That's awesome. Great. So the what is this? What I'm actually working on is a TLS router. And I have done, in the last 2 hours, about 15 minutes of work on it so far. Well, the first half hour, actually, it was pretty good because I was just scrolling through and reacquainting myself. But, yeah, what I'm working on is the ability to visually show the connections. And so I'm going to get back to that in just a minute. All right, man, got to cook dinner, but really appreciate the gist. We'll definitely look into it. Okay. Yeah, and feel free to hop into the Discord. I don't know if you joined. I don't see you joining, but you don't have to join, obviously, because you're, you know, a human that can make their own choices. What I'm saying is I don't want to pressure you to join if you don't want to do it. It's not a big community. It's just, you know, I don't know. There's probably 100 people in here, but only 3 of them actually talk. So let's see. I mean, people talk when they drop in, but it's not like a big community. I don't think that it will be, and I don't intend it to be. Okay. So we've actually gotten quite a bit more rock opera in the last few songs. I've had to skip a few because for a long time it was really the music that I like. And I think what it is that there's certain seasons, because I think that these right now are ordered by time, and there's certain seasons where certain remixers produce a lot of content, and this just isn't the content that I want, so I'm going to skip it. Okay, so whether it's a plain connection, so we're saying copy this to that versus offer backend.net proxy. Let's see, net proxy. What the heck? What was I doing there? What is this? New listen config. What am I doing? Okay, I think I see what's going on here. I will go back and clean all this up one day. Okay, this is a new listen config. But wait, now we're towards the top of the file, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, I'm a little confused about that. Okay, new listen config. We got the cert magic stuff. Listen config. Is this for... This is the whole server. So go through DNS provider. Okay, that makes sense. We're going through the backends to find a matcher. Wait, all right, I'm a little confused here. New listen config. So we're going through the backends I guess, oh, we're building up the Acme configs. We're building up the backend configs. So we're building them up. That's why we're going through them. We're building them up with the Acme config. Okay, that makes sense. And then what is this here? Okay, what is this then? Probably need to find a way to get this up. That does not make any sense. Server.serve. What is server then? HTTP server. Handler, proxy. Okay, what was I doing here? Don't your schools have class 11 and class 12 after 10th standard? Well, I don't know because I don't know where you are and what you're comparing it to, but high school goes to grade 12. And high school is a place where you have lunch and goof off. Very few people take advantage of the programs that are offered to them in high school. The best high schools are essentially trade schools, where your 11th and 12th grade you're at a trade school, or sometimes the entire high school is a trade school. So both of the high schools that I went to were trade schools. So one of them was a trade school for IT, and the first one was actually a trade school for aviation, and the other one was a general trade school. They did cosmetology and all sorts of stuff. So we even had girls, believe it or leave it. The people in the IT program were actually next to the girls. So, and we did have one girl in our class, but she wore a cape. She was like a full-time LARPer or something. One of the boys was absolutely in love with her. Lucky them. But yeah, typical IT class, other than that there was one girl. Typical that the one girl that was there wore a cape. And the aviation school I went to, I went to the aviation school because they had an IT program, because as part of the aviation program, you had to know IT. I don't understand why the two were together. Maybe it was because they only had the resources to do one technical school for the district. And so they just said, well, if you want these technical programs, you have to get these technical programs as well. I'm not quite sure. I just know that I went to an aviation trade school. I could have graduated and then gotten my pilot's learner's permit or something. They did not have anybody in the high school flying a plane, but you built model planes, you learned aviation, ailerons, thrust. Like, I had classes that were aviation classes. And I did that for just 1 year because I moved, unfortunately. But if I had gone through the 4-year program, there is a good chance that I could also be a pilot right now. Which, what an interesting life that would be. I probably would be a pilot. It's too bad that I didn't do it. Anyway, all right, so what I'm confused by, what I don't remember what I was doing here, is this right here is confusing to me, because I'm creating a server and I'm saying that I'm going to serve, but there must be the listener or something happening somewhere else. Or maybe all I was doing was I was going to check to see, no, I'm serving the backend here. Base connect, connection context, protocols. So I built all this up. Why did I do this? I do not remember this at all. Transport protocols, okay. Oh, I'm building this up for, again, I'm building this up for the HTTPS. Okay. HTTP transport, dialer. So we got the dialer context. We've got the reverse proxy. So is that the start of all this? Okay, so I think what I'm doing, all right, I think what I'm doing here is I think that I am setting up the reverse proxy. And yeah, I hate setting down a project and coming back to it later. I like to get the project to a point where it does something useful and I can document it. Then when I come back to it, I've got the documentation and I don't have just a bunch of to-do crap in there. But this particular project, unfortunately, I knew it was going to take me some time to get back into, but now I understand why I'm doing that. Is all of this, and I should have a way to close this, to do track state to be able to close. All right, because this serve is going to work fine because the server is serving into the reverse proxy. So what I think what we have here is potentially we have a memory leak, a go routine leak. So this is going to serve forever. At some point I'm going to close and this is going to have an error. I want to go look at the documentation for HTTP again real quick. As long as that errors out eventually, we're good. But I also need to be able to track the actual servers. Well, I want to. I don't think I need to, but I want to. As part of doing the API, the first thing I want to do is just be able to see connection information. So let me go look at serve. Because this one is when we're providing our own custom dialer, which we're doing because we're creating a proxy. So serve, we're giving it the listener that has the dialer, and we're giving it the handler. And the handler, in this case, wait, this is just the listener with the dialer. This is not the right one. This is the top level one. We need the one that is as part of the struct. Server. This one. This is the one that we need. This one just has the listener. And the listener needs to already be in a listening state, I think. Accepts incoming connections from the listener. Yeah, so the listener is already listening. Create a new go routine for each. Service go routines, read requests, then call s.handler to reply to them. Okay. All right. So okay, let me think again. What am I? All right. So the net proxy is already listening in this case. Yeah, it's listening. It's listening with the listener config context because when the higher order proxy shuts down, the whole thing shuts down. I will join your Discord server. I think it'll be useful for me in future morning here in India. It's 3 a.m. Okay. Yeah. I don't stream very often. I don't have a schedule. I might stream more. I really want to get this TLS router project done, and I want to stream it. But I will probably just cut out almost this entire thing from the playlist because this one, 2 hours now, I'm just now actually getting started being able to do something. Or maybe I'll just crop the video at this point or split the video at this point and add it to the playlist at this point. Let's see, somebody's coming up to my door. Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna be one of the. Oh yeah. They're sending girls out now to be the sales guys. Or is that. Hold on, let's see. She does not have a package. Okay. I thought she had a logo that looked like a courier. But let's see. I don't know what that logo is. Okay, the kids are checking the window, so she thinks, oh, mom and dad must be home because the kids are here. Well, mom and dad are home, but mom's not answering the door, and dad is in the shed. She's sitting there drinking her water. All right. Well. Okay, and she's gone. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're in one of the newer neighborhoods in the Provo area, and so they send all the sales guys out to us, but now they're sending sales girls out to us. Well, actually, no, they did that last year too. It's not like a new thing, but it is new that they're doing more sales girls. You know, they're getting them in the short shorts and the, you know, all cute and everything. I don't know what she's selling, but I know what she's selling. Cause none of the sales guys are coming to the door in the short shorts. I'll tell you that. uh, all right. Okay, cool. So back to the task at hand. I now know TLS Con. All right, so all of that, the last 2 hours was to build up to this moment. We have a TLS Con, and we need to handle it some way. And there's also this new TLS Con thing that I need to do. Let's see. New TLS Con. Okay, this is also doing the bytes read and all that. So I actually, with this, all right, so this is going to be a plain connection to the back end. And actually, you know what? I take it back. This is the thing that I actually want to add. We're going to do CCon. New TLS con is going to be an instance of a TLS connection. It's got this extra stuff. So when we pass it this way, it matches the interface. And let's see, TLS con. So I'm going to take my new hello con, and we're going to change this from that TLS con to this TLS con. And we're going to change it to this one. Okay. So now we have all the connection information that we need. And where were we doing the store of that? Nope, not there. Okay. So we're going to store this connection now. And actually, I kind of want this one to be an atomic dot value. Is that how we do this? Let me see. Let's go back to sync atomic. Oops. Okay. What else? Value. We were looking at value. So value. And this is not generic. Okay, we don't use this as a generic. Okay, I'm gonna change my tune a little bit here. So I don't want to store this now. I want to store it once we know. Okay, let's go back. I want to store it once we know how we're going to handle it. So I probably need CopyCon. All right, so that's long-lived. This one doesn't block. Really? Seems like it should block. I gotta take a look at that offer again. Okay, it's TLS Hello Con. But, because it, do what? I think, so comments are terrible. What's up, Vitals? Because I hope that this is out of date. Because if it's not, then what we need to do is I don't know. This, I hope that this blocks. This should block. But it says it doesn't block. But if it doesn't block, then it needs to return something that does block, like a channel or something, so I can know when it's done. Okay. So then I also need to know, what was it, this one? No. So at the point that the connection is handled, that's where I want to store it. Okay. All right, so now that I'm storing it, I need a way to read the connections. I also need a way to determine. So there is a backend that is this server itself, and I need to figure out how to get that wired up. That's the next thing I need to do. So it's going to receive a connection, and I think what I want to do for that is I think I'm going to go back to DuckDNS and pick another domain for this purpose. I don't remember which DuckDNS account I used. I'm just going to try. Normally I do Twitter for my demo stuff here. Let's see, this one. Nope, that's not the one. All right, so let's go log out. So I could try sign in with GitHub. Nope, that's not the one. I could maybe try signing in with a different Twitter account. Let's see, I tried signing with Twitter, signing with GitHub. I can't use Reddit. I can sign in with Google. Okay, this is the one. The sign in with Google is, I need to make a note to myself here. Boom. So I can pick another domain. All right, there we go. At the 3-year mark of doing software professionally as full stack, I realize if I don't specialize in either front end or back end, I won't be able to advance my career. There's no full stack. Exactly. I'm just okay at both sides. Exactly. Feeling like I need to go all in on back end. Exactly. Go all in on back end because that's the only way to maintain your sanity. Yeah. I think this is the thing. You can do back end and front end if your front end is something like HTMX or Datastar. If you can find a really simple way to do front end where on the front end your only concern is a little bit of CSS to get the buttons to look a little bit better than default and to have the grid whatever stuff aligned properly, if that's your goal, then you can be front end and back end. But no, you cannot be in the React craze where every 3 weeks you have to rewrite your entire application from front to back in the new latest paradigm. No, you cannot be front end and back end with that. You cannot be front end and back end with where not doing the work that's required on the front end, following the frameworks is a full-time job. And you can't do that. You can't actually be productive and get something done and do front end. So you can either do front end or you can be productive. One of the two. I just don't know. I don't know. I personally have not met very many front end people that I feel great about their ability to accomplish a project. I mean, that's true of everybody, right? But front end is just wildly complicated and it kind of self-selects, you know? People that want things that are wildly complicated and want to be caught up in the hype of whatever's new, they want to do front end. And, you know, the front ends that work are the things like Duck DNS, right? You know, there are very few front ends that work. So, yeah, I look forward to the pendulum swinging the other way and us having really, really sane people on the front end and people complaining about how boring the front end is and how verbose it is that you have to do error handling. Instead of, did you see the progressive JSON thing? Oh, this track is too much for me. I'm going to the next one. Did you see the progressive JSON thing? I actually have a response to that. I'm going to be too late for it, but I do have a spec that I've been working on that I now decided to call progressive TSON. I was just going to call it putting multiple CSVs into the same file, but now it needs to be progressive TSON. TSON for tab separated object notation. So I have it spec'd out. I went through a few different iterations on it and I feel good about it. And I'm writing a server-side implementation in Go. And the front end implementation is like 50 lines. So the front end implementation is nothing because all you're doing is you're reading so you're splitting on lines. You're reading the very first line. There's no escaping. That's one thing that's different from CSV is there's no escaping. There are replacement characters. There are 2 replacement characters, which you have an option of doing whatever you want. There's a whole bunch of ASCII controlled characters that are not used. So if we bring up ASCII control characters, ASCII control characters. All right, let's see if we can just get to this. Okay, so you can't use null because that has a special meaning outside of ASCII, but, oh, bless me. You've got all of this up until here. All of these, you've got 30, 29. You got 29, 30, because start of heading. You can use start of heading, start of text, end of text, blah, blah, blah. Bell, okay, you can't really use bell. You can't really use backspace, so we're down to what, 28? You can't use horizontal tab, so we're down to 27. Can't use carriage return, so we're down to 26. You can't use escape, so we're down to 25. But look at this. Unit separator, record separator, group separator, file separator. So these right here, if we were to create CSV today, the real pity is that there's not an option for this in CSV. Like these should render, unit separator should render as some sort of tabulated character, and record separator should render as some sort of new line character. And group separator should recognize should basically be a double new line, and file separator should basically be a page break. So anyway, these are the substitute characters that I recommend. If something, here's the deal. If a field may contain a unit separator or record separator, it has to be encoded as base 64. Because at that point it's binary. It's not ASCII, because nobody can type these on their keyboard. Right? And unless you're putting AT commands into a spreadsheet, you can't end up with these. They're not valid as user text. So what I'm recommending is that for things that you want to be able to open that are like, you don't just want to be able to see them, you want to be able to open them in an editor. The substitution character should be vertical tab for horizontal tab and form feed for new line. But if we're doing just pure API to API, you want to still be able to see it in the debugger, then unit separator and record separator. So that way you can also memory map the file, because the string, however long the string is, you can just memory map to it. And then you just put the record separator in front of it. And there you go. Now you can memory map it. So it's incredibly efficient. And all you have to do is, when you're going through it in a single pass, you just replace individual characters. You don't have to do any mem copies. And it is, so I have a 30 megabyte file, JSON file, that when I put it into this format is, I think, 800 kilobytes uncompressed. And if it's compressed down to 400 kilobytes. Now, granted, that JSON file compresses down to just under a megabyte, with Brotli at least. But that does take time. So that's Brotli is not a streaming compression. I don't remember what the size was with regular compression, but no compression with TSON, it's under a megabyte. So basically, TSON uncompressed is smaller than, or TSON, yeah, is smaller than JSON compressed. So anyway, but there's other substitute characters you could use too if you wanted to, you know, start of heading, start of text, end of text, end of transmission. So you could use start of text as basically as a comma or a tab, and then end of text as the new line. Yeah. So anyway, I want to do a response video to progressive JSON with progressive TSON. It's super easy to implement. It's no more complicated to implement on the server side than a JSON stringifier is already, because a JSON stringifier, for example, already has to detect cycles in stringification of an object. So with this, you detect cycles, but much like the progressive JSON idea, you just create an ID. So the way that it works is every record has an ID and a unique ID space, but we want it to be small. So we're not going to use UUIDs. We're just saying that from every single record can just have a sequential ID. That's fine. It just needs to have an ID that's unique. It could be, and they're characters, they're not integers. I mean, they might look like integers in terms of representation, but they're characters. So you can use the base 64 character set for the ID if you want. That's fine. In my implementation, I'm just going to use a decimal looking implementation, but all that matters is that it's unique, because you need every single row, and this is the same way the SQLite works, or at least did work, by the way. Every row has the row ID, and the row ID is just a sequential integer that cannot be duplicated. And then there is a type identifier as well. And so you got the row ID and the type identifier, which basically the table, and then you have the values. And somewhere before a value is used, the type must be printed out. And so the type is just special in that instead of the row ID, it's the type ID. And then instead of the type ID, it is the Um, it's the letter K or the letter T. K representing the key or the key names. So name, age, location, or the T representing the types. String, name, age, location, string, int 8, string. And yeah, so anything that can be serialized as JSON can be serialized as TSON, but even more can be serialized as TSON. And TSON has the option, this is where it's kind of a mix between a CSV serialization where you have headers and a JSON serialization. TSON has the option for an ID field to be specified in the type. If the ID field is specified for the type, then internally, as it's serializing, it keeps track of that ID. And then anywhere it sees the ID, and this is different from the row ID, this is actually the ID of the data that you define, not that the stringifier defines or the encoder defines. So anywhere it encounters that ID, it will simply skip and put the row ID that represents that in its place for the object. So you get, so any object is decompressed. Now, there are some scenarios where that you might want to leave that turned off. So for example, if you have something where you're calling two different types the same type, really what you need to do is just make separate types for them. But if you're calling two different things the same type, and then allowing them to share a type ID or the ID for that type, but they actually are different types where they have different properties, like this is a person but only with name, age, and location, and this is a person but it also has social security number, first name, last name, etc. Then you could get into a problem where, because if it encounters the person that has the full data in the first pass, or is the first part of what it encounters, then everything would be good. But if it encounters an object that is abbreviated, then that would not be good. At least you would end up with incomplete data at the end. But the best way to use this format would be simply to adapt it directly to your database. And on the front end, you would hydrate it. But like I said, so the hydration process, that's what I started on. The hydration process is simply splitting on new lines, which we would probably use the substitute as record separator, then splitting on, or sorry, no, new lines are actually what we use. If there's a new line in the data, it gets the record separator as its substitution, because we want it to be easy to open up in an editor and spot check it. We want to make it easy to debug. That's why it gets that. Otherwise, it would all be on one line because the record separator doesn't render as a new line in the editors I've tested it in. So anyway, that being the term. And then, and cat. Cat was the editor I tested. So, so the record separator and the unit separator are substituted if there's new lines or tabs in the text of the data. So it's just CSV, split on new lines, split on tabs. That's it. First row, row ID, second row, type ID. So you just iterate over each row and then put the thing into the collection that it belongs to. And then anywhere that you encounter where the type is an ID type, then you link in the reference to that type. So you get hydrated the memory mapped object. You can hydrate a graph, essentially, is what you can do. You can hydrate a graph. So it's very, very simple. It's just CSVs. It's just new lines and tabs, and then iterate over it and stuff things together. So like I said, I expect that the client side implementation is going to be maybe more than 20 lines, maybe 50 lines. I expect it's going to be about that much. It's going to be very simple. And the server side implementation is just a little bit more complex, because really what we're talking about is a decoder versus an encoder. And the encoder is just more complex because the encoder for JSON is more complex. But the decoder for this is way simpler than JSON, way faster, way smaller. Tons of advantages. And this is really the way that databases should transmit information, except with a database, they should use the Oh, and then the group separator. Sorry, I didn't talk about the group separator. So 2 new lines is considered to be the group separator. And the group separator, in this case, just means that an object is ready to emit. So when you encounter a group separator, that means that the server has sent all of the information that's necessary to hydrate that object, so you can go ahead and hydrate it. Now, if there's circular references, you wouldn't be able to do that. So there would have to be a circular reference mode, but we don't really have to think about that because that's not something that people currently enjoy. So we don't have to really have to worry about it. But yeah, I personally will start using it because it is so much simpler than JSON and so much faster. And there are things that I want to do where if every person who visits the site has to download 30 megabytes, I don't want that bandwidth bill. And you know, to have the CPU to compress it down. Well, I guess it's not that big of a deal if you broadly compress it ahead of time. But GitHub Pages won't let you do that. Of course, GitHub Pages I don't pay the bill for. Anyway, point is, it's a very, very simple solution. I am sorry that I made it sound more complicated in the way that I spoke about it. Again, split on new line, split on tab. First row is row ID that refers to an object being serialized. Second row is type ID. And then types are declared. So the first line has just a header that declares that it's JSON. And then the type fields have that different pattern of the type identifier and then K or T to represent that this is the names of the keys of the type versus this is the types of the type. But that's it. Array notation, map notation, just simple brackets with either the key type and then the type that's stored, which can be an any, or, you know, brackets and then the name of the slice, or the name of the type. So like string, brackets, string. So every type can be represented in it. Very, very simple, very easy to work with. Very easy to cache. Yeah. So there's some nuance on the server side, but on the client side, it's just butter, man. It's just butter. I might also include a date in the header, like the most recently updated field in this file. Maybe not. I don't want to make it any more complicated than it needs to be. The date can be ascertained by dates sent in the data. So yeah, I could always allow for that later. But yeah, there could be a binary variant of this as well, which wouldn't be much different. The binary variant would be this would be for databases and such, like server to server communication, not client server communication, or client server where the client deals in binary. But imagine a Postgres adapter where when you do a query and it's got, rather than joining, what if you did unions? And then you just take the type information from the unions and then reconstruct the object. You could query graphs that way. Like and this is something I don't know why SQL databases don't do this. It seems pretty obvious to me. I would imagine it would be obvious to other people. Rather than sending back this huge long joined row, just send a row ID and then a collection ID. And the type ID is essentially a collection ID. Which collection did it come from? Which table did it come from? Row ID, it's unique information in the entire set. Table ID, how it should be rehydrated. And then just union them. That's all I'm doing here. It's the TSON format is just unioning tables. But to make it progressive TSON, we're unioning rather than stacking, because the original way that I was going to do it before the progressive JSON thing came out was I was just going to do, there's a header and then there's a bunch of rows and then there's a double new line and then there's a header and then there's a bunch of rows. And this would be non-progressive TSON. This is literally, you're just taking the CSV and you're just sending it down, but you're putting a double new line to indicate that it's a new record type coming up. So anyway, I think that there's going to be a variant 1, variant 2, and variant 3. Variant 1 is going to be non-progressive TSON. Variant 2 is going to be progressive TSON, the only difference being the introducing the row ID and the collection ID or type ID. And then variant 3 is going to be the binary one, which is where the length gets prepended in front of the string. And the default is not to use tab and new line. The default is to use ASCII record separator and unit separator. So anyway. So yeah, I was watching that progressive JSON thing, and I'm like, I'm just confused. Does he know something that I don't know? Is there something he can see that I can't see? Because it seems like the solution is so simple and so obvious. If you were going to modify JSON to make it something different and add comments in it and have a different type of new line parsing, well, one, you've got JSON-L, which allows you to do a lot of that. And again, you still need a substitution. But the simplest solution is just serialize it a little bit differently. Serialize it so that it handles what you want, and then you can have the progressive thing. But yeah. Anyway, so here we are, store accepted connection. Now what I need to do, almost 3 hours in, getting to the thing that I actually need to do now. The thing that I need to do is allow a connection to go to the server that this thing is. So we need, let me see. We need a way to read that data out. So we're going to have to deal, well, let's not deal with, do we have a way to not deal with the TLS right now? I don't have a way to not deal with the TLS right now. And I don't want to add a non-TLS. This is a TLS server. It's just TLS. It's TLS all the way down. So what we need to do then, let me go back up to the top. What we need to do is to add a way for the server to handle a connection directly rather than going to a backend. So that's going to happen around right here. So we're going to get a hello. We have an error. Do not terminate. Okay, so in our config, let's go back to our config. We need let's see. TLS matches. See. I think we need to have a special config. Hate having special configs. All right. That was a little too hardcore. All right. Let's see. Address, port. We also need to add network onto here. Which I'm just going to prefix of that underscore because that's not implemented yet. Question is, do I make a special case for it that's outside of our normal handling? Do I say admin? All right, and an admin has host names and that's that. And then let me see, what was the other one I did? How would I handle this in this case? So here I had app name and then Acme that might be used for these. And if we have a different Acme, then we have a different app. And so we can duplicate apps, that's fine. It's just a container mechanism to be helpful because it's likely that all of these things are going to be handled with this. And there might be something that I want to do. I might make this an array. That might be possible. And then just assign like a vault ID to the backend. If it terminate TLS is not true. Terminate TLS is either an empty string or an Acme config, something like that. A reference to an Acme config. Because see here in this one, and I don't think I actually went all the way down on this. I think I just filled out the first object, and I don't think I changed the rest because I was just prototyping an example. I think the rest of this was more similar to what I was doing before. Yeah. So basically I'm saying if you're using the DNS, it's expected that you're going to use the same DNS for the whole project or application. And that's how we're going to do the grouping. And that feels natural. And then I don't want to end up where the Caddy API is, where you have to have a lot of information about lots of different parts of the system in order to construct a single flow. And then this is also only dealing with TLS. This is not dealing with HTTP. And I don't know if it will. Maybe there will be some reason that it needs to deal with HTTP. But I think that that's going to be left for once the TLS is peeled back, that's somebody else's problem. Like caddies, for example. Okay, so do we have... I think that this project idea right here, I think that this works really well, this app name. So the app name, there would be a reserved app name, which would be something like TLS Router. So going with that idea, for the time being, let's not have a special admin. But instead, let's look at it from the perspective of we're treating this just as an app. And, you know, it could be separate. That's fine. It does, you know, it could be separate. In fact, okay, now let me... I actually do like the idea of it being distinct because it is different, but it could use the same, it could be the same struct, but we're just going to change something about it. This is the only one that is allowed to be internal. So the backend would be no proxy protocol. Port would be 0, I guess. And the address would be, I don't know, ::. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need backends. It doesn't need anything other than domains, really. In this scenario, it just needs this, and then the Acme is going to be defined down here. So in this particular case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate it because it represents something different in terms, like in reality, these two are in the same config, but in what I'm prototyping that this one is in one type of config and this one's in a different type of config. And I did start prototyping out my libDNS provider for HTTP, and it works reasonably well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, there's going to be a service that is, that's going to have other providers. This will only handle libDNS with the HTTP provider, meaning APIs that can reasonably be done with HTTP through query params, encoded form, or JSON. So it would not be suitable for AWS. It would not be suitable for Namecheap. Because Namecheap's API is really interesting. It's basically like, I think they started out with CGI. My guess is that they're really, really old. They probably started out with CGI, upgraded to XML, upgraded to JSON, and so their API is the weirdest. Well, I mean, it's not the weirdest ever. There are other APIs that are pretty similar, especially credit card processors, where literally a key name is card1 and cardholder 1 and shipping address 1, right? That's what the JSON keys are. It's not a JSON array. It's a JSON object with cardholder 1, card 1, shipping address 1, product 1, and so on, right? And then card 2, cardholder 2, shipping address 2. Like that's the key name. That's the string. That's what the Namecheap API is like. So it's not something that you can template. It requires logic to inspect it because it is dissimilar from any other API. And then AWS, because you have to have actual business logic on how to encode, how to use the SHA-SUM, the headers, and it's very, very highly specific. Most APIs, all you need is a zone ID and a record ID, and you're good to go. And a few APIs like GoDaddy actually has the best API. The zone name and the host name are the ID. That's it. You need no other ID. Now, there's a problem with that, and that it is not, it is not possible in GoDaddy to create two records that are identical, because you have to have some sort of specifier, like the values of the record are the specifier. So you can even, I don't think you can query, no, I think you can query on the value. I think you can query on every, and DNS records are very simple. So I think that's well enough. Yeah. I think there are some cases where having a record ID can be convenient, but I don't think there's any cases where it's necessary. The data is what the data is. Okay, so here we've got this. That's fine. And then this is going to be really strange because what we need is like a virtual backend, but I don't remember how we create it. I think it's in the HTTP library. I think it's just like what we just saw where we have a serve and we just call serve. It must be about 100 degrees outside right now because, yes, not quite. Ooh, I am going to go buy that TV. My TV broke. So my TV broke. I need to buy a new one. And the thing that really upsets me is that it's a new TV. I just bought it 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. So it's not like it's 15, 20 years old. It's 3.5 years old, and the HDCP stopped working. So I can't plug in. So the internal stuff, the Wi-Fi quit working, and then a few weeks later, I just plugged in the Ethernet. I'm like, whatever. Screw you, pal. You're trying to get me to buy a new TV by having things progressively fail? Well, you're not going to get me to buy a new TV, sucker. Then the Ethernet fails. The Ethernet stops working. Okay, this feels malicious. This does not feel accidental at this point. Like, how does... Then the HDCP stops working. So I can't plug a Roku into it because the Roku requires HDCP and it can't communicate HDCP. I thought, okay, there's no way this is real. It's got to be that my cable isn't rated properly or something, even though it was working fine before. But, you know, internal versus external communication, whatever. So I get an 8K certified with this holographic sticker cable. HDCP doesn't work. So I can't use the TV. I can't play video content on the TV. I think the video game system will still work with it. I haven't tried since the HDCP failed, but I don't think that that's going to be a problem for the video games. But I can't use Plex. I like, maybe if I put Plex on like a one of these. Well, wait, let me see. Do I have it over here? Oh, no, I got a Dell Optiplex Micro. So, anyway. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna go pick up that TV tonight. Anyway, so he's letting it go for $100. I'm hoping that it's worth that. I paid $650, a little less, like $642.49, I think. I looked at the receipt because I was thinking there's no way this TV has become useless. And of course the warranty's over. I think it only had a 1-year warranty, but I think some models have a 3-year warranty. Whatever. Anyway. So we got the domains there. Let's see. Copy number. Oops. Oh. Let me message this guy. Oop. So basically, it's the same TV that I already have, but it's $100 instead of $650. I think that's what it is. I don't know. I'll find out when I find out. But oh. But yeah, I got one with Ethernet. And I had the Ethernet plugged in before, but then I had some issues and I had to I wanted to use the Ethernet for the game system and I didn't want to put a switch in, so I ended up whatever. But yeah, I could not recommend a Hisense TV from my experience of paying $650 because I wanted to get one of the upper middle end TVs and it was highly reviewed on ratings.com. But the problem with these rating sites is that they don't own, they do all the right stuff in terms of they're a secret shopper. They don't do review units. They only do units that they pick. They buy from different stores so that they can't be targeted. They do all the right things. But then the problem is they don't own it for 5 years. Like the monitor that was their best recommended monitor, it flickers all the time. Now, it doesn't flicker when you first set it up. It doesn't flicker within the first couple of hours, but if you use it for months, every once in a while it just flickers. It just flickers, and then the flicker goes away and it's fine again. but these are things that they don't know. Okay, so, all right, we're back to this. I need to go back to where we're handling. So we got the Acme config. So we handle a connection. We got an Acme config. We had that thing where we're setting up the Acme configs. Let me look over that again. Because, okay, this is why build up the Acme configs. We do need one other thing here, which if we do the admin interface, we need to be able to put the Acme config into here, but this is fine. Well, there's no reason to damn God. So let's not do that because he didn't do this. It was your boss. But yeah, received a high priority ticket, 6 hours to resolve. Boss wants it in 3 hours. Well, so here's the thing. I know a lot of people don't believe in God, and that's fine. That's a very reasonable position. You know, that you have the unreasonable position is pretending that you don't believe in something, because at the end of the day you are left with belief and imagination, because the answers to the questions of the universe are non-obvious, right? But I do believe in God, and I just don't want his name defiled. Okay. Good. Well, I did not mean to, obviously, do not mean to, offend you if you believe differently than I do. But I do not like to see the name of my God or the name of my Lord and Savior abused as curse words, because to me they are real. I guess that's it. To me, they're not imaginary, and I wouldn't want someone speaking about a friend that way. Actually, my sister's name is Hannah, and you know how a lot of people say "Holy Hannah," or so she gets upset about that because that's her name and it's special to her, and she's real. Well, the thing I'm apologizing for is let's see. I don't want to say that because you use the Lord's name in vain, therefore you're not a true believer. So maybe not an apology, but a clarification. Yeah. Yeah. So that's when I said, when I was retooling my words, that's what I mean, is that I don't want it to come across, and I understand it did, but just for the sake of me being able to finish my thought, I don't want it to come across as though I believe that only the true believers, do this or do that. I mean, I do have some thoughts about that with non-practicing religious people that we're all hypocrites. We're all hypocrites. So anything that we do to strive to be better makes us a hypocrite, because we believe in something that we don't practice. But believing and practicing, belief is to get to practice. Anyway, so yeah. And I have my own way of believing and set of beliefs and all that. Anyway, so yeah, all I meant by the backtracking was I don't mean to come across that just because somebody believes in God that they wouldn't use those curse words. But I personally, I don't like it because I don't understand God entirely. I haven't met him. My conversations with him in prayer are, shall we say, distant. But he is real to me nonetheless. Cool. What's up, profound bathroom graffiti? All right, so this is where we were setting this up. And we're setting up a DNS provider on the basis of, so basically we're just hydrating at this point. Yeah, so this is just hydrating from JSON. And we're only, yeah, so we're gonna do, I'm going to take a look at some of these modules and see how bad they are. The AWS one and the Google ones, I fear I would not want to be baked in because of the dependency creep. Not just creep, like blatant disregard for reason. Okay, anyway, so we got that. So that's all good. So the issuer domain there is fine. So that's good. So this is set up correctly. Works for internal config 2. And then with the matchers, what is it? So this is all inside of the, no, this is not. This is just the setup. All right, so that we're going to skip. Okay. Disable this is false. Disable HTTP is true. All right. I'm going to rename this from TLS only to TLS ALPN only for my own sanity. Let me just retrace my steps there and make sure that I agree with all of that. Because that was a lot. I guess it wasn't a lot. It just seemed like a lot at the time. The reason belief can sustain itself is its need for unfalsifiability. If you knew God actually existed, then salvation comes therein wouldn't be worth anything. Yeah. Okay, boss thinks that if he puts 2 resources to work on a single ticket, I estimated 6 hours, the time is going to be cut by half. Hey, tell him how that works between his wife and his mistress. See, here we are having a conversation about God, and then I have to go and be crass. Yeah, let him know that if you put 2 people on it, then it's going to take 12 hours. And that might be billed at 24 hours because there's 2 people. So not only is it going to take 12 hours for each person to do the job and miscommunicate, it might take them 24 total because the miscommunication might double the effort. Talk about my mistress. I don't have one. Oh. All right, where were we at? Dang it, I lost it again. Okay. Where was I at here? I was doing this. New cert magic. Okay, so this new cert magic is going to have the DNS provider, is that right? Decision Func uses managed sync. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Oh, I had notes on this. I don't know where I put them, but I think they're in the repo. This was frustrating to learn about because it's just not what I expected. All right, so we got those proxies set up. Oh, and then the other thing I needed to, well, first, let's figure out where I need to have this thing attach. All right, listen in proxy, get the connection. All right, so in this proxy bit, we need to read the hello information, and we need to determine if there's a backend. Okay, so before we try to determine if there's a backend, and so we're going to range over the backends. So wait. All right, so to do, come back here. What is the algorithmic complexity of what? All right, so the error is, so it must match here. So where is the error? Return, return. Okay. So if there's no TLS config, okay, the only possible errors here are that error. So I'm going to go ahead and say, in this case, let's see. All right, so this is going to do a round robin of the backends. So how does this handle HC pass through? Ich. 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 Okay. Now we have something that I don't like. I got to figure out how to shim the admin interface into this. Could just have it listed on a different port. That could be reasonable. Still got to do a lot of the same work, though. So... You know, I think that I'll just check the admin interface first and then return a config. Let's see. So config.backends, current backend. Okay, so there's nothing else. Do we need anything else for the config to be? Normalize config is the next thing that happens. So, okay. All right, so let's take a look at what config actually is. Config. Let's go look at config. Hostname overrides. I don't think we use that. I think you guys should comment that out. Okay, so apparently we do use this. Okay, so I don't know what the to-do there is for. Comments are the worst, because they're always wrong. So listen config and this config both have cert magic storage. I don't think that one actually gets used. Let's just get rid of that one and see what happens. So it was assigned here, but is it ever used? It's put in the listen config. Okay, so this config structure. Oh, this is a different config structure. Oopsie daisies. Yes, this is not the config structure that, for example, has the backends. TLS match is the structure that has the backends. So I did an oopsie daisy on the naming here. So if we look at cfg.backends, wrong CFG. That was my problem. So CFG here. So this is, at best, it's a match config. And to further reduce confusion, we'll just call this conf. Because this is the Big Daddy conf. Not a little CFG, it's a Big Daddy conf. All right, those are little CFGs. All right, so then I just need a TLS match that describes the internals of the server itself. So all that we need to know is, let's see. Let's do... I probably just do this like this. Oh, interesting. Why did that change? Ah, because it doesn't have one. There we go. All right, so we got the admin match. So when we do this config, oh, there's too many configs. Listen config, proxy config, match config. I'm gonna have to rethink that one. Oh, let's see. Are we hitting 100 today? It doesn't look like we're gonna quite hit 100 today, but AC is having a little trouble keeping up. It's okay. It's only 85 degrees inside. And I've thought about, what could I do? Could I get a giant 20-foot by 10-foot umbrella and just, because, I thought about this. Why don't we have a second roof? And maybe it's because it'd be too hard to clean, or maybe there's something else, or maybe because the roof already does this in its ideal form. I don't know, but just imagine with me here for a second, okay? So on top of your roof, what if you had all of these, well, I guess because like animals, birds or something would live under there. But okay, let's say above your roof you had let's say it's a 6-foot pole, so that, we don't have any concern about the animals for the moment, just for the thought experiment. And you put a tarp over the whole roof, propped up by these tent poles. It's like tent material. I mean, I guess it would go bad eventually, but I don't know. There's awnings last for several years. Like, basically what I'm saying is have an awning that covers your house, like an awning on both sides of the roof that just covers your house. Wouldn't that make it so much cooler? I mean, I guess that's what the attic's supposed to be, right? That's what the roof is supposed to be, is that, well, there's a bunch of insulation in there and it's separated. So maybe it's just adding another layer. It's like, why not gzip a gzip file? Why not zip a zip file? Make it smaller. If zipping it once makes it 50% smaller, why not zip it twice? Maybe it's that kind of thinking. Maybe I need to get a bucket of ice. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, this person does not want me to know any details about the TV. All right. I guess it's $100 grab bag. At least it's not a $600 grab bag. Buying new is stupid. Buying just about anything new is stupid. Speaking of which, if I'm going to keep this MacBook Air, I need to put Apple Care on it soon. I actually think that the Apple Care subscription is not stupid. That's not stupid, because you are, if nothing else, you're going to nick the screen at some point over the next 3 years. And I mean, you basically, before you sell it, you just get it replaced with a whole new thing. I don't know when they stopped doing Apple Care. There's probably some point at which they stopped doing Apple Care, but I don't know. If they would just support the same computer for indefinitely, why would you not pay $100 a year to have Apple Care? I mean, imagine you could have a 10-year-old computer and then just get it replaced. But I got to learn more about it. But since I messed up my last computer, on the face of it, I'm thinking, maybe Apple Care's not that bad. Okay, new listen config. Yeah. So listen config is our main config. No. So I probably should name this something like TLS router config. The package is TLS router, therefore config implies that. But anyway. All right, let's get back to that proxy thing. Well, okay, let's get... Sorry. No, I was in the right place, actually. Oh. No, I wanted to find where we make the new config. Where do we have just a new function that's just straight up new? Well, I guess that's all filled out and ready to go. So we would just pick domains. Wouldn't worry about backends. Well, maybe, you know what? Okay. It's like, how much of this do I want to use versus how much of it is just a hack? Okay, what's net proxy again? Yeah, so this one's already set up, so we don't want to use that. All right, we're just gonna go custom on this. We're just gonna go full custom. I'm just gonna say if it's localhost. That's how we're gonna handle this right now. Just for me to get through to the next step and not have been here for 4 hours and literally only changed 3 lines. Well, and rename something on another 10, but okay, let's go back. Let's go back. We're gonna go back to the proxy. Range dot star backends. There we go. No, is this the one? Okay, does this map yield back an empty? Okay, that would cause it to fail. So what I'm trying to do is, so I don't want connecting to the admin interface to be in the happy path. I want it to be in the slow path. And this seems silly, and it is silly, but I just don't want to do any checks related to it until basically everything else has failed. So it's going to be the slowest possible path. So here we're going to do if domain is equal to localhost, then we're just going to jump to this. So I'm going to take this function here, and I don't know what I'm going to call it, but I'm just going to put it outside here. And this is going to be func something or other. And it's going to have to take I just want to put the thing in pass-through mode. And I want to get the TLS config. So we need to take HC, which is a TLS hello client, which we're going to rename that at some point. And this is going to be get TLS config. Terrible name, but it's going to be what we need right now. And there's no possibility for error here. They can TLS hello con. There we go. That's what it is. So this is complicated. I shouldn't do this, but I'm not sure what else to do. Basically, what I want is for this to be inlined. Okay, this is getting too complicated. All right. I'm backing out, backing out, backing out, backing out, backing out. No, wait. No, nope. It's not getting too complicated. It's totally fine. It's totally cool. I don't actually support H3 yet, so I'm not going to pretend to support H3 yet. All right. All right, so right around here, and then I imagine that domain we probably did a 2 lower and all that. Yeah, so that's why there's that. And then there was the thing with the ALPN. We don't need to worry about that because we just don't need to pass it in the first place. And so there's domain. So this is must get. Okay. We can't do S&I wildcards right now, unfortunately. I shouldn't have given up on Greenlock. Greenlock is actually an excellent tool for certificate management. I think it is perhaps the best tool that exists. I know of none better. Get the cert directly. I don't know what this means. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete these comments because comments suck and lead to confusion. And if it's important, it'll come up again later. Get the cert directly. Maybe. Actually, the wild card one is real. Yeah. And pre-configure the map is real. The other ones aren't real. And none of them are real for this case here. Oh, wait. I already have a solution for that. All right, so I need to find where I've got TLS underscore matches. And I need to find admin, and that's just going to have domains. And that's that. I knew that looked wrong. Contains. Is it? Okay, it's just lowercase config. All right, there we go. I do kind of want... I want to move this out. But I can't. Because this is... Wait, where is this? Yeah, get config for client. So we have to... Once we realize that it's going to be handled, I think that we have to put it in pass-through mode immediately, because I think the next thing that happens is it's going to begin completing the handshake. So we can't wait on setting pass-through mode, because this handshake right here is going to end up calling this function. And then it's going to do more stuff. So as part of the handshake, it's going to read some data. It's going to do whatever this is, and then it's going to do more. So we need to set it into pass-through mode before the handshake completes. But if we errored out, then we didn't set it into pass-through mode before. So we need to set it in pass-through mode before we do whatever's next. Like doing the proxy protocol, for example. So this pass-through is idempotent, this one here, because we probably already called pass-through before. Yeah, because if it's not in pass-through, but so here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we're not going to terminate TLS, we don't want to enable pass-through mode yet. Yeah, there's no way to bail out of the TLS termination. I wish there was a cleaner way. I don't like... So when people talk about multiple return paths, this is the kind of multiple return path that's bad. Because this is getting to complexity where there's probably something, well, I'm not going to say probably. There might be something that could be refactored out here, but I don't know what it is. We have a bunch of conditions that they're just nasty. We're dealing with something that is not the ideal scenario, right? We have to do a bunch of checks, and we're saving this particular condition. Okay. All right, all right. All right, so after all that, we have the TLS config, but what we don't have is the backend. So we do need to set the backend in there as well. So I don't know what we set this to. I think we create a new backend. And we need to set netcon or whatever it is. Because yeah, down here. So we do that handshake. We got do not terminate. We do that there. Otherwise, we got no TLS config. This is all if there's an error. So if there's no error, we return correctly. Then we set pass-through again. Okay. And the reason we do this is okay, do all of these return? Yes. So to me, this copycon right here I don't so pass-through mode should have been set, right? Do we set pass-through? Buffers equals pass-through. So if that's correct, we don't need to have... What's up, Alvin? I'm an Alvin. You're an Alvin. We're both Alvins. That's amazing. Wow. It's not every day you meet an Alvin, right? Okay. So actually, I don't think we need this one here. So I kind of like the idea of doing something that makes pass-through happen implicitly, just like with CopyCon. Something where, for example, we wrap the TLS config or something like that. See, these two things are highly tied together. So where it gets the TLS config, okay. You know what? I kind of, since this is just an impossible error anyway, and we're going to call magic.getCertificate, let's just do this. Let's just remove that check because we don't really need it. Because if it doesn't, if we get the panic, we're going to get the panic. And we're going to get the panic right there. So, yeah, that's where to panic. And then we don't need this at all. So then we can get rid of this whole thing. This gets simplified. Yeah, that didn't really do anything for us. Maybe it was helpful in some form of documentation. I'm almost tempted just to put it in line here. Except I don't like the way that looks, but other than that, I mean, that seems more primo to me. Let me do the same thing here. I could also call it Cert Magic's maps. But okay, I like that better. So that actually simplifies that. And in this particular case, just because of the aesthetic of it. Yeah. Yeah, so that feels simpler now. Now that doesn't feel so disconnected. But then we need to find a way to handle the back end here. Okay. So for this back end, mostly we just need a net proxy. But that's not going to work in this case. So at this point, so the back end is nil. I wonder if we could have like the back end's not nil, but the netcon is nil. I want something to be explicit, not implicit. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So we could still have the proxy proto, but we're not going to have a net proxy. Okay, let's say we've got a net proxy, and then what else do we have? What other type of listener could we have? So let's go back to HTTP and look at the listener. I think we can serve. Maybe was it server? There's something that will take a connection. I'm pretty sure there's some way that I think it's server. Server can take a listener. Can it take a connection? Do we have anything that can take a connection? Hmm. All right, so we might need to have a net proxy. It might just need to be a different kind of net proxy. So let's look at net proxy again. All right, I'm gonna ask Rock on this one. Hmm. That seems like a lot of code. I think this is right though. I think this is what has to be done. This I don't think is right. Could be wrong. All right, the next question is, do we actually need this to be the specific type, or can it just be an interface? So let's look at netproxy.listener. Okay, netproxy. What do we expose? So it needs to be able to be handled to a server. It needs to not be nil. It needs to have an offer function. Okay. All right, fix it. Come on, Grok, fix it. Oh, I don't use the word funk. Okay. Fine. That makes sense. I was thinking that might be what it was. Because interface only defines functions, so funk is redundant. Let's see. Acceptor injector. Accept injector, read writer. Read write closer. Accept. It's like a double-sided listener. Oh, whoopsies. It's getting close up on time for me to go. I don't know what to call this listener. Faux listener? What would be a good type name for this, which acts as a net.listener, but can also whoops. I like the suggestion of tunnel listener. And then instead of offer or inject, actually, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna ask Jippity. Jippity, I don't know if I prefer its responses, but I have an inclination towards it. When it comes to English rather than code. Injectable listener. All right, so this is what we're going to do then. We're going to do kind of like the idea of a tunnel listener. And then it could either be inject or tunnel. I like this one. Any thoughts, comments out there? There we go. All right, this is more to my liking. We could also call it tunneler instead of net proxy. Call it tunnel. Inject is like the opposite of hijack, I think. So accept and offer, like those are complementary. So I like the idea of accept and offer because they go together. But I think in this case, inject is just a better terminology. And we'll keep listener in there. But I think this is going to make it easier for me to understand. So it's just different sides of the tunnel. That makes sense. All right, now this opens up the way for me to be able to specify a different backend. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Oh, oopsie daisies. Also could call it dummy listener. That would also be acceptable. Ooh, that's what I'll call the other one. The other one's going to be a dummy listener. I don't wait, does this actually have anything to do with proxying or is this just a dummy? I actually like the idea much better of calling these all dummy listeners. Okay, so what we could do with this is we could find out what the server's actually listening on and either make it so that it's representative of, let's see, when we create one of these things, hold on. So we create the config. Okay, and it's got cons. We can inject and it just puts something into a channel. We can accept. We can close. We get the address. So this is probably more in line with the dummy listener, but we've got one that really is meant to be a proxy, and that one, okay. All right, so back to the config here. And we could make this one a dummy listener because it doesn't need any configuration, right? Or does it? No, it does. We have a new. Yeah, this literally doesn't need anything because this doesn't, the LC here doesn't refer to anything. So I almost want to make this private. I don't know if you can do that. Can we make this private? What will this work? Can I think I can make this private. I think it'll work. Oh, cool. I almost want to call it netcap, maybe, rather than net proxy. Because this doesn't really do that much. I see your question. I'll answer momentarily. Just going to finish my train of thought here. Let's see. Proxy CFG. Okay, so I'm working on a TLS router. So like a reverse proxy, but routing at the TLS layer, the encrypted layer, rather than at the HTTP layer, the plain text layer. But it also can work for other protocols like Postgres, for example, or SSH, or, well, SSH is not, SSH requires a config option. It's not built into SSH to be able to do this, but it does it with a config option. Or Samba, the Windows file sharing. So being able to route applications, encrypted applications, without decrypting them. I don't know what that idea was about, so I'm going to just get rid of that. Okay, dummy listen config is a listener. What brings you here, Fazlul? Okay, list admin tunnel config. All right. All right, there we go. Magic exists, not exists. Okay. So here, just happen to see the stream, huh? Are you a programmer? All right, so net dummy. Okay, backend.tunnel. Okay, it seems like hmm. All right. It's griping at me. Learning Linux right now. Just learn to connect to ports and all that stuff. Cool. It's me, your friend. Okay, I confused myself a little bit here. So backend.tunnel. Where was backend? Where was. Question is, where was the backend tunnel configured in the first place? Backend equals b.tunnel, backends, blah, blah, blah. So at some point, we still have the net proxy handler. I named too many things at the same time different. I gave new different names to too many things at the same time, and now I've confused myself because I changed the name of too many things. Yes, that's what I'm saying, I think. Okay, so all right, here we go. Backend tunnel is when we call netdummy.listen and we pass it this context. All right. So every time we call netdummy listen, we're creating a new backend tunnel that's based on the parent context. Okay, good. I got that. And then we're going to serve the tunnel. Okay, I got that. So what we need to do is when we call listen on listen config, okay, listen in proxy, is that what we're doing with listen config? Calling listen in proxy? So when we call listen in proxy, netconf.listen, so that's, I think this is when we also, so we're going to have an admin tunnel. Okay, we're going to listen config, it can listen in proxy. Okay, let's see where the server came from. We're almost at the point where we can do something useful. After 4.5 hours, and I have to go, actually. Let's see how this works out. Okay, so new listen config. You know, I think maybe okay, handler is going to be the to-do. And protocols is going to be All right, let me just try one more thing here. Do we need dummy listen config? I don't think we do. Oh, that'd be another cool name for it. Side load. Oh, this is simpler. This is good. Okay, so we don't need net dummy. Instead, we just do netcap dot new listener. So listen returns a new listener. That's just how that works. But we could do must listen. And then just not have the error. And then just return Okay. That's looking good. So here we'll assign the admin tunnel. Now where's our context? CTX. And then we need to do one more thing here, which is that this we need to have a closer up in here. Okay, admin tunnel, declared and not used, because we don't need it. Admin tunnel. All right, so we had an admin thing here. We had a tunnel. So we just need to go down into our listen config and add admin tunnel. Cool. All right, so now we're at the point where we actually will have our API. Except that I have to go. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Oh. Okay, and then I need to see to do AJ right here. So, and I think that backend will need to terminate TLS. And it will need, it will not, will it need proxy proto? I don't think it's going to need proxy proto. All right, and then what was there one other thing we needed? There is a question of how to surface the right information. I don't think we need that because we're just doing it in memory. So proxy proto is going to be empty. Was there anything else about a backend that was particularly needed? I kind of want to separate this out and use an embedding so that there is the JSON config is separate from what's used in memory, because most of this is the JSON config. Force HTTP connect TLS. Yeah, none of that's going to matter. Okay, cool. So unfortunately, we're not going to have time to test it right now. All right, backend. I just created a backend for the admin interface with a dummy listener, renamed netcap. The next step is to add an HTTP handler to that dummy listener. All right. I don't think anything else was changed. I think it was just these two files. The number of changes is embarrassingly small for 5 hours, most of which was just either chatting, which is fine because today is kind of a day off for me. Yeah, so there's a little bit of refactoring, but there wasn't a lot of yeah, it's like a lot of renaming things to help me understand better. But this is why naming things is so important, especially if you're going to leave a project for 3 weeks and come back to it. But you know, it's hard to know what to name it before you start using it sometimes. But it would have been so much more helpful if instead of calling everything proxy and everything config, I would have had different names like the tunnel. It is a type of proxy, but it is, the tunnel is the tunnel, you know? So anyway, I think I'm going to rename that copy con to tunnel con. That's another thing I'll put in my to-do. A rename copy con to tunnel con. Yeah, because Go already has something called a pipe, so I didn't want to call it piping, but this is good. All right, so whip. All right. Well, folks, time for me to go. Adios. Have a good one.